3 regular games and 6 bakers. Coaches, keep your score sheets. We have score runners. They have their own score sheet. All right, your arrows are up. Bowlers, you may begin. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, welcome high school bowling fans. It is postseason play. We're on the road back to state. We've got the Northwest Division II sectional tournament coming to you from Napoleon, Ohio at River City Bowlaway today. We've got 14 teams competing for 4 spots. We'll do a quick rundown. We've got Napoleon on lane 3, OTTAWA-GLANDORF lane 4, WAUSEON and BRYAN on lanes 5 and 6, Patrick Henry on lane 7, Liberty Center and BLUFFTON on lanes 11 and 12, Miller City and TINORA on lanes 13 and 14, EVERGREEN and Swanton on lanes 17 and 18, 19 and 20 are Delta and Delphus Jefferson, and on lane 21 is Toledo Horizon. The live stream will be focused on the first 8 lanes. That's where the Napoleon Wildcats will be bowling. After all, this is the Napoleon Wildcat Varsity Bowling Channel, so only makes sense. Thank you for the heads up that you guys can hear me. All right, Fox Taylor is up in first for the Napoleon. And he goes left of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves the 5 pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF up on lane number 4, and he picks up 8, ends up leaving the 410. All right, Fox back up for a spare attempt here. As you heard Randy mention at the top of the broadcast, over the PA, today's format will consist of 3 individual games followed by 6 Baker games. I believe there will be a small break between the individual games and the Baker games. All right, Christian Horner up after Fox made his spare. And a strike for Christian to start things off. OTTAWA-GLANDORF missed their spare attempt. Their second bowler up on lane number 4. And won't get back to the head pin. Picks up 6, leaves the 1, 3, 6, and 10. Oliver Franz up for Napoleon. And that one comes in a little bit heavy. Picks up 8, leaves the 6, 10. So Napoleon will be moving after each game. I believe they're going from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 and 8. But we'll just have to wait and see here. Nice pickup there by OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane 4, converting their spare. Ottawa's spare attempt now on lane 3, and Oliver picks that up. Andrew Gallagher will be next up to bowl for Napoleon. OTTAWA-GLANDORF goes a little high, picks up 9, leaves a 9 pin. Andrew up now, lane number 3. And he gets 9, leaves the 10 pin standing. Andrew makes short work of his spare attempt. Otto-Glandorf picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 4. Hunter Ehlers up now on lane number 3, and he leaves a 3-6-10. Pickup of 7. Spare attempt coming from Ottawa-Glandorf now in lane number 4. And he converts. Hunter now his spare attempt. And he picks up all 3. So after 1 frame, all the Wildcats are clean. Otto-Glandorf leaving a 2-8-10 on lane 4, pickup of 7. That's a tough spare to convert. So just a quick recap. So we have our sectional tournament. I believe there's 3 or 4 of these going on in the Northwest District. Top 4 teams from each sectional will advance to the district tournament, which is being held next week. Otto-Glandorf with a strike there on lane number 3. Fox up now on lane number 4. And Fox is right of the head pin. Ends up picking up 8, leaving the 1-2. At the district tournament, the top 3 teams will advance to the state championship, which will be made up of the top 16 teams in Ohio. They'll bowl 3 individual games, and I believe 3 bakers, and then they'll cut to the top 8. And then from there on out, it will be head-to-head baker format. And Fox with a nice conversion there on lane number 4. Christian up now, lane number 4. And he comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 1-2-10. Otto-Glandorf has got a 6-10 on lane 3, his spare attempt upcoming. And he picks that up. So it's been a few years since the Napoleon boys have gotten back to state. Last time I have them as a team, it was 2022. They made it as individuals back in 2023. Riley Ehlers, Hunter's brother, and Ashton Kiesling made it as individuals in 2023. Otto-Glandorf picks up 8, leaving a split. I believe that's the 4-9. And Oliver picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane number 4. Otto-Glandorf picks up 1 out of 2. Oliver makes short work of that spare. Otto-Glandorf with a strike on lane number 3. Brings up Andrew on lane 4. picks up 9. Looks like an 8-pin left. Andrew now, spare attempt. Oh, and just missed. So an open frame for Andrew there. Hunter up now, lane number 4. Little light into the pocket, leaves a 2-8. Pickup of 8. Fox up now in lane number 3 for Napoleon, starting the 3rd frame. This in the first individual game. He goes a little high, leaves the 3-6-10. Now the 2-8 can be a little tricky with that sleeper pin in behind, but Hunter makes short work of it. Picks up the spare there. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, can't get the 10 pin to trip out. And Fox picks up 2 out of the 3. So an open frame for Fox to start the 3rd. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, spare attempt, lane number 4. And he's got it. Looks like the coaches are having a few words with the boys. Couple of spare misses, just making sure the boys are focused, I'm sure. I guess OTTAWA-GLANDORF didn't make that spare. It looks like it probably came out of the gutter. I couldn't tell with the people standing between me and the lane. Christian now, a little light, but he gets it. Gets all the pins to drop for a strike. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9 on their first ball in lane 4. I believe that's a 6-pin left for him. Oh, no. Looks like it might be a 3-pin? No, can't be a 3-pin. All right, Oliver up now. And Oliver drops all 10 for a strike. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up the spare. Now they've got it marked as a 3-pin on here. Andrew up now in lane number 3. And he gets 9, leaves the 10-pin. So that's Andrew's thrown 3 pretty good balls on his first ball, but hasn't been able to get that first strike yet. Might need to make a slight adjustment, try and get a little bit better carry. Andrew picks up the spare. It's not enough to just hit the 1-3 pocket. You've got to come in just the right angle with the right speed and the right rotation so that the ball basically goes straight back and leaves the pin deck through the 8-9 is where you've got the highest percentage of striking. And Christian gets 9, can't get the 4 pin to drop. I'm sorry, that wasn't Christian, that was Hunter. And he picks up the spare. OTTAWA-GLANDORF comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 210 on lane 4. So I went back into the archives a little bit, and in the last 11 years, the boys have made the state champion or state finals a total of 3 times as a team. Once in 2015, where they finished 3rd. In 2021, they made it to state, but they didn't make it to the top 8. And then in 2022, they made it to the state tournament and advanced to the top 8. Also in 2019, we had an individual, Levi Anderson, advance to the state tournament. And as I said earlier, we had 2 individuals in 2023, Riley Ehlers and Ashton Kiesling, that made it to the state tournament. Overall, Napoleon made it to the state tournament as a team in 2007, 2009, 2015, 2021, and 2022. So back in 2014, I believe they changed the format a little bit. Before 2014, they only had 1 division. Fox is up now in lane number 4. In 2014, they split into 2 divisions, Division 1, Division 2, based on the class size. Schools with class sizes less than about right around that 250 mark would compete in Division 2, which is where Napoleon competes, and then the bigger schools would compete in Division 1. There's about 230 schools for the boys that compete in Division 2, and about 200 schools in the girls. All right, Fox up now, spare attempt. Nice pickup by Fox. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, leaves the 7 pin on lane 3. So the Northwest District, or the district that Napoleon competes in, we've got about 55 schools that compete in the boys. It's an extremely difficult district. Like over the last 11 years, we've had 7 schools either win the tournament or finish as runner-up. So you figure 7 out of 22, that's almost a third, comes from the Northwest District. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, a little light, leaves a 2-8. Oliver picked up 7 on his first ball. Looks like the 2-4-5 left on lane 4. So you figure the Northwest District, we only get to advance 3 to the tournament, or this championship tournament. And over the past years, you know, with almost a third of those coming from the Northwest District, that makes those 3 spots really hard to come by. And Oliver just a little bit light, picks up 2 out of 3. So an open for Oliver. That's his first. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike there on lane number 3. Andrew up now for Napoleon, lane number 4. And he ends up leaving the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picking up 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5 on lane 3. If anybody out there has access to Lane Talk, you can go to Lane Talk and look up River City Bowlaway in Napoleon, Ohio, and go to live scoring and see the live scoring. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Hunter Ayler's up now, lane number 4. And he gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. All right, Fox up now, lane number 3. And Fox comes in a little light, leaves the bucket, 2, 4, 5, 8. Hunter picks up his spare. So Hunter clean through 4 frames of this first game. Looks like each of the other Wildcat bowlers have one blemish frame. Fox now, spare attempt on lane 3. Nicely picked up. It's easy to miss that back pin on that spare attempt, but Fox covers it up nicely. OTTAWA-GLANDORF leaving a 10 pin on lane number 4. Christian now, lane number 3, and he drops all 10 for the strike. That's 3 in a row now for Christian Horner. OTTAWA-GLANDORF covers up the 10 pin on lane number 4, makes their spare. Oliver now, lane number 3, and he drives all 10 back into the pit for a strike. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF coming up on lane 4. Looks like we've got a lost ball on lane 3. Nice ball there from OTTAWA-GLANDORF for a strike. Andrew up now, lane number 3. Andrew goes a little high and it pays the price, leaves a 6, 7, 10 split. Needs to get that ball to the right-hand side of the 6 and slide it back across the lane into the 7. And he won't pick up any more, so open frame for Andrew. It's back-to-back opens for Andrew. A lot of pin action, but only 9 of them go down on lane 4 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Can't kick out the 10. All right, Hunter up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Hunter. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF steps back from their spare attempt. And nice pickup there for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9 on lane number 3, leaving a 7-pin. Fox will be coming up on lane number 4 here momentarily. All right, Fox's ball is on the way. And he can't trip the 4-pin. Pickup of 9. I thought there was going to be a pin roll up behind it and take it out, but just didn't quite have enough steam. OTTAWA-GLANDORF made their spare attempt just a moment ago on lane number 3. Fox picks up his spare. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, can't kick out the 8-pin. Christian Horner will be coming up on lane 4 for Napoleon. And that one comes in a little light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Pickup of 5. Spare attempt from OTTAWA-GLANDORF, picks it up on lane 3. Christian now, spare attempt. Got to get this over on the Brooklyn side. A little too far on the Brooklyn side. He only picks up 1. Sometimes you want to help that hook so much you end up pulling it across your body and miss your target. I think that's what happened to him there. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 8 of them to fall on lane number 3, leaving the 3-6. Oliver up now, lane number 4. Oliver's ball goes high, ends up leaving the 3-6-10. Pickup of 7. The 3-6-10 looks like it should be an easy spare, but it's got some subtlety to it. Let's see if Oliver can take care of this one. I'm sure he can. Textbook, right between the 3 and the 6, takes out the 10. One of the things you'll notice about the Napoleon bowling program, if you watch it long enough, is that they focus on the fundamentals. Holding the pose at the end. Balance is so key to a good bowling shot. Andrew drops all 10 for the strike. Even our two-hand bowlers will hold the pose, stay down on the shot, follow through it. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare on lane number 3. And Hunter goes Brooklyn, picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. Should say slightly Brooklyn. Eight count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, leaving the 3-9. Hunter now, spare attempt, picks it up. So Hunter stays clean through 6 frames. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picking up the 3-9 there. OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 4. That one goes high, leaves the 3-6-10, a pickup of 7. Fox now, lane number 3. And he picks up 9, leaving the 6 pin. One of my favorite online bowling coaches, Mark Baker, who is a professional bowler for many years, likes to divide the lane into 2 sections. He says that there's accuracy and then there's the rotation. The lane is 60 feet. The first 45 feet, you're worried about accuracy. And then the last 15 feet is the rotation. And your bowling swing should be about the same. You worry about the accuracy for about 75% of the swing, right till you get down to the bottom. And that's where you add just a little bit of rotation. Coming up the back of the ball and adding that little bit of rotation at the end helps the ball hit the dry and come off the spot and roll straight into the pins. You'll see a lot of beginning bowlers want to help the ball hook, and they'll end up turning their hand over way too much, getting their elbow outside of their body, and they end up pulling the ball across their body to the left. All right, Christian up now, lane number 3, and a strike for Christian. Oliver lets the OTTAWA-GLANDORF bowler up to finish shooting his spare. And OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks that up. Now Oliver's up on the left lane, lane 3. And a strike for Oliver. And a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane 4. Andrew up now, working on a strike in the previous frame. And he gets 9, can't get the 10 pin to drop. And another strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 4. Oh, and Andrew puts that one into the channel and it kicks back out. So we'll have to have a scoring correction there. Our girls acting as lane monitors for this tournament. When the girls bowl on Thursday, the boys will be the lane monitors. All right, Hunter up now, lane number 3, and he leaves a solid 10. All right, Hunter now, spare attempt in lane 3, and he picks it up. And Fox ends up splitting, leaving a 210 on lane 4. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 3. All right, Fox now, spare attempt, and he picks up 1 out of the 2. And Christian Horner picks up 7. Looks like the 1-2-4 left. Christian did complete the spare. Oliver up now, lane number 4. And Oliver drops all 10 for the strike. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with another strike on lane number 3. Andrew up now for Napoleon, lane 4. Nice ball from Andrew, drops all 10 for the strike. Hunter starts out with 8, leaves a 610 on lane 4. Do not see any cameras down on that side of the bowling center for the Minster team. I see cameras for WAUSEON. I see cameras for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Of course, we've got our stream that's running. All right, Hunter did pick up the spare, and now Fox is up on lane number 3. Fox comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 2-5. All right, Fox picked up his spare there a moment ago. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 9. Christian Horner goes Brooklyn, picks up the strike. Wrong side, strong side. Oliver up now, lane number 3. Nine count for Oliver, can't get the 10 drop. OTTAWA-GLANDORF now, lane number 4. And that's a strike for them. It's a double up for him. Oliver now, spare attempt, and he's got it. All right, it looks like BRYAN might have a slight lead on Napoleon. Andrew up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Andrew. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with 9 on lane 4, leaving, is that a 9 pin? Yes, 9 pin. Hunter up now, lane number 3. Oh, and he split. Leaves the 6, 7, and 9, I think. Oh no, 4, 6, and 7. 4, 6, and 7. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9 on lane 4. And Hunter picks up 2. So that'll be the first open frame for Hunter in this game. Well, BRYAN and Napoleon are very close together. OTTAWA-GLANDORF right in the hunt as well. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, spare attempt, picks it up. Eight count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, down on lane number 3. Fox up now, lane 4. And that one goes high and it splits on him. Leaves the 4-7-10. Not what we want in this 10th frame. All right, spare attempt for Fox. He picks up 2 out of 3 and will finish with a 151. So 151 for Fox Taylor. Christian up next for his 10th frame. OTTAWA-GLANDORF's first bowler finished with a 160. And Christian drops all 10 like a bad habit for a strike. Christian now, second ball, 10th frame. That one's going a little left. Picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. All right, Christian picked up his spare and finished with a 194. Oliver starts off the 10th frame with a strike. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, strike. Oliver got 7 on his second ball, left the 2-4-5, spare attempt upcoming, and he picks it up. Finishes with 196. Andrew picks up his spare. Andrew finished up with a 153. Hunter up now. And Hunter gets all of them to drop. He does kick out the 10 pin. That's a strike for him to start the 10th. All right, so WAUSEON looks like they'll end up with 830 in the first game. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, last bowler. Gets a strike on lane number 3. That's two. That was their fourth bowler. I'm sorry, that wasn't their last bowler. Their fourth bowler. And Hunter leaves a 2-8-10 on the second ball. Pickup of 7. OTTAWA-GLANDORF starts off with a strike in the 10th. And Hunter picks up one more. He'll finish with a 177. So that looks like an 871. OTTAWA-GLANDORF is a little ahead of that. BRYAN also a little ahead of that. There's another strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF in the 10th. I did not catch what Patrick Henry had. We'll get a scoring update here momentarily. Sounds like they're working on entering scores over here next to me. All right, BRYAN looks like they finished with a 960. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF, last ball here. And wobbles the 10 pin, but it won't go down. So 9 count, and he finishes with a 201, and they finish with a 914. So I believe the boys will move down to the next set of lanes 5 through 8. So let me switch the cameras. Looks like we'll be down on lanes 7 and 8 with Bryan. All right, looks like we've almost got 30 people watching today. Currently watching, I should say. All right, so these aren't all the scores, but we've got Bryan with 960, Patrick Henry 937, OTTAWA-GLANDORF 914. And there's a strikeout from Fox Taylor to start things off. Miller City at 888. BLUFFTON 886, Liberty Center at 878, Napoleon had 871, WAUSEON 830, TINORA at 778, and Horizon Science Academy at 425, but they're also down a bowler. Christian with a strike, so back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. Bryan now, spare attempt on lane 7, missed. So it looks like Napoleon at least in 7th place with about 3 or 4 more teams to check in here. There's a strike from Bryan a moment ago on lane number 7. Andrew up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And he picks up 9, leaves the 4-pin. And another strike for Bryan on lane number 7. Andrew picks up his spare. All right, as soon as we have all the scores, I'll give you an official update for after game number 1. Bryan with another strike on lane number 7. And Hunter leaves a 10-pin, pick up 9. Nine count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF down on lane 5. Leaves a 7-pin. Hunter now spare attempt, lane 8. Covers it up. Patrick Henry with a tough spare attempt there on lane number 6. Won't get any more. That'll be an 8 count for him. I guess Oliver was starting things off, not Fox. So Oliver had the strike to start things off. That one is a little light. Missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 10. There's a strike for Bryan on lane number 8. That's a double for hit their first bowler. Oliver now, spare attempt. Didn't get far enough left, picks up 2 out of the 4. Christian up in the number 2 slot. Nice ball from Christian, crushes the rack for 10. Bryan now, spare attempt, lane 8. I think he barely got that. I couldn't tell if it stayed up, but I think it did. Fox bowling in 3rd spot. And a strike for Fox. So that's a double for both Christian and Fox. All right, so the official rundown, we've got Bryan in 1st place after game 1 with 960. Patrick Henry, 937 in number 2. OTTAWA-GLANDORF in 3rd, 914. Then we've got Miller City at 888 in 4th. BLUFFTON is 5th with 886. Evergreen in 6th with 885. Liberty Center with 878 in 7th. Then Napoleon currently in 8th place with 871. WAUSEON in 9th with 830. TINORA in 10th with 778. Delphus Jefferson 768 in 11th. 12th is Delta with 676. Swanton 586. And then Toledo Horizon Science Academy at 425. So your top 3 right now are Bryan, Patrick Henry, and OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Miller City in 4th, and Napoleon currently in 8th place. All right, so it looks like Andrew opened in the 2nd and a strike by Hunter. Got a scoring correction for Bryan. They did not pick up the spare. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike there in lane number 6. And Bryan gets 6. On lane number 8, looks like the 1, 3, 6, and 7. Bryan gets 7 on lane 7, leaving the 3, 5, 6. Another strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 6. There's a spare for Bryan on lane number 8. So Napoleon will be back up on the right lane to start frame number 3. Oliver will get things started for us. Patrick Henry there with a strike on lane number 6. That's a double up for him. OTTAWA-GLANDORF leaving the 2-8 on lane 5. Oliver now, lane number 8. And he gets 9, leaves the 2-pin. Patrick Henry drops all 10 for a strike on lane number 6. BRYAN with a strike on lane number 7. Oliver picks up the spare on lane 8. BRYAN comes in light, picks up 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 7. Christian gets 8 of them to drop, leaves 2, 8 on lane 8. Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane number 6. Oh, BRYAN missed their spare attempt, pulled that one left. Christian chops, can't get the sleeper in behind. So 9 count for Christian in the 3rd. Another strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. That's 3 in a row for that bowler. Fox Taylor up now for Napoleon, lane number 8. And a solid 10 pin. Napoleon needing to string a couple of strikes together here. Need to have a good game too to get back in the hunt. BRYAN gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 7. Fox picks up his spare. Spare shooting is such a key element of tournament play in bowling. Nothing will put your score into the tank faster than an open frame. BRYAN picks up their spare on lane number 7. Andrew up now, lane number 8. He comes in light, leaves 2, 4, 5, pickup of 7. Spare attempt from Andrew now here on lane number 8. Nicely done. Another one that looks easy, but it's easy to chop and leave a pin, but Andrew makes short work of it. And Hunter picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Oliver now, lane number 7. That one's a little far outside to start. Doesn't get back to the head pin. Leaves the 1, 2, 8. Nice pickup there by Hunter. Converts the 10 pin. Oliver now, spare attempt, lane number 7. Nicely picked up there. BRYAN comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 3, 5, 6 on lane 8. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Maybe not the prettiest strike, but it counts just the same. There's a pretty ball from Christian, but it leaves a 10 pin standing, pickup of 9. Almost looks like Christian's ball might have a little too much side spin and not enough forward roll, but BRYAN picks up their spare. Spare attempt, he's got it. Fox up next for Napoleon, lane number 7. Nice ball from Fox. Saw that ball true up and roll right between the 1-3. OTTAWA-GLANDORF strikes on lane 6. Patrick Henry gets 7, leaves the 1-2-4 on lane 5. BRYAN looks like a 5-pin down there on lane 8. Andrew up now. He gets that one way outside. That doesn't even have a chance to get back to the head pin. Pick up of 6. Looks like the 1-2-5-8 maybe. Whatever it was, Andrew picked it up. Hunter up now, lane number 7. Strike for Hunter. Yeah, it was the 1-2. Oh, I'm sorry, 1-2-5-9. I don't know why I thought it was 1-2-5-7. It's 1-2-5-9. BRYAN picks up the spare on lane 8. And Patrick Henry makes a spare the hard way on lane number 5. Going gutter spare. BRYAN goes high on lane 8, but it does carry for the strike. Patrick Henry gets 6, leaves the bucket, the 2-4-5-8 on lane 5. Strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 6. BRYAN getting 8, leaving the, looks like the 4-8. BRYAN also up on the left lane, lane 7. Patrick Henry converts the bucket for the spare. BRYAN with a strike on lane number 7. BRYAN chops, picks up 1 on lane 8. If you guys are enjoying the live stream coverage and you haven't joined the channel, please like and subscribe. If you want to throw something out in the chat window, we're always more than happy to see that as well. BRYAN now gets a strike on lane number 7. Oliver up lane number 8 for Napoleon to start things off in this 5th frame. Game number 2. He comes in a little light, picks up 7. Spare attempt, and he chops. Picks up 1 out of the 2. Christian comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 8, and 10. Another tricky little spare there. Not quite as bad as the 2, 8, 10, but right up there. Another strike for Bryan on lane number 7. That's his 3rd in a row. All right, let's see if Christian can get this one to the left side of the head pin. Throw that back into the 10. Nicely done. Christian made quite a few conversions, difficult spare conversions at the NLL Championships last week. Looks like he hasn't lost his touch. Bryan comes in a little light, leaves the washout, the 1, 2, 4, 10 on lane 7. Fox picks up 9. Looks like a 3-pin left. Bryan picks up 3 out of 4 in the washout on lane 7. Fox now, spare attempt, lane 8. And he picks that up. Andrew up now, lane number 8. And he drops all 10 for a strike. Brings up Hunter now, working on a strike in the previous frame. Patrick Henry's spare attempt on lane number 6 converts. Oliver also getting ready to go on lane number 7. Hunter's ball is away. And the messenger won't quite get the 10. It'll wobble it, but it won't take it down. So a 9 count for Hunter. Oliver now, lane number 7. And that comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 8, pickup of 7. Hunter picks up his spare in lane number 8. Patrick Henry now, lane number 6. Gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Oliver up for his spare attempt on lane 7. Bryan coming in a little light, leaves a 3-pin, I believe, on lane number 8. Nice pickup there by Oliver. Patrick Henry with 8 on lane number 5. And a missed spare opportunity for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. That looks like the 7-8 down on lane 5. Bryan picks up their spare. There's a strike for Christian with authority. Fox up now, lane number 7. Nice ball from Fox, drops all 10. Nine count for Bryan on lane 8, leading the 7-pin. And Andrew comes in a little light, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Strike for Patrick Henry down on lane number 5. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 6. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 8. Andrew now, spare attempt, nicely converted. Anytime you've got multiple pins, you've got to worry about chopping. Andrew made short work of that, made it, threw it just the way it was drawn up. Strike for Bryan, that's now, oh no, next bowler. And Hunter gets all 10 to drop for the strike. So Bryan up now in lane number 8. And a strike for them. That's their 4th in a row. Patrick Henry picks up the spare on lane 5. OTTAWA-GLANDORF spare attempt on lane 6. Picks it up. There's a strike for Bryan, lane number 8. Bryan up now, lane number 7 comes in a little light, picks up 8, leaves the 3, 5. Chat's been a little quiet here lately. You guys asleep on there out there on me? Or just at the edge of your seats. Oliver now up on lane number 8. And a strike for Oliver. Nice pick up there by Bryan, who works the 3, 5. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 6, leaving the bucket on lane 6. Bryan swings that one out wide. It does come back for the strike. And Christian drops all 10 for a strike. That's a double up for him. Bryan gets 7, leaves the 2, 4, 5. strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF down on lane 5. And a strike for Fox. Pin comes out of the gutter to kick out the 10. Nice ball for OTTAWA-GLANDORF for a strike down on lane number 5. BRYAN now, spare attempt, lane 7, and they chop. Pickup of 1, so 8 total. All right, BRYAN, lane 7. Goes a little high and it splits on him, leaves the 4-6. Andrew, lane 8. That one comes in light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-2-4, pickup of 7. BRYAN picks up 1 out of the 2 on lane number 7. And Andrew chops, picks up 2 out of the 3. BRYAN swings that way out to the right. That one ain't coming back. And picks up 3, I believe. Hunter leaves a 7-10 split on lane number 8. So Swanton is currently in 13th place. They had a 586 in game number 1. Again, the Swanton is down on one of the other pairs. They will not be on the live stream, unfortunately. Patrick Henry with a strike a moment ago on lane number 6. Hunter did pick up 1 out of the 2, but an open frame for Hunter in the 7th. Oliver up now for Napoleon on lane number 7. And he comes in a little bit light, ends up leaving the 2, 4, and 7, it looks like. I'm sorry, 2, 4, and 10. I don't know why I said 7. 2, 4, and 10. Seen one corner pin, seen them all. Nice attempt there by Oliver. Picks up 1 out of the 3. So an 8 count for him. That's coming in the 8th frame. You are absolutely welcome. Christian now, that one going left and picks up 7, leaving the 1-3-6. Patrick Henry with a double up for their first bowler. That on lane number 5. BRYAN picks up a strike. That's a double up for their second bowler. Oh, Christian comes in a little light, chops, picks up 2 out of 3. So back-to-back opens for the Wildcats. Patrick Henry with another strike down in lane number 5. That one coming from their second bowler. BRYAN picks up 9 on their first ball, lane number 8, leaving a 7-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Fox up now for Napoleon, lane number 7. And a strike for Fox. Patrick Henry with another strike down on lane 5, that coming from their third bowler. That's a double up for him. OTTAWA-GLANDORF slashes through the middle of the rack, ends up picking up 6. Looks like the 2, 4, 6, and 7 left. Or no, 2, 4, 6, and 10. I know better than that. 2, 4, 6, and 10. Andrew picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin. There's a strike for BRYAN on lane number 8 a moment ago. Andrew now, spare attempt, lane 7, and he puts that one in the channel. So an open frame for Andrew. That's back-to-back opens for Andrew. Patrick Henry got 7 on their first ball. Moving to 2, 7, 8, picks up 1 more. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike there on lane number 6. Honor drops all 10 in the pit for the strike. All right, that finishes off the 8th frame, game number 2. We'll be bowling a total of 3 individual games, followed by 6 Baker games. And the top 4 teams with total pinfall will advance to the district tournament being held this year at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio. Since the boys sectional is on Tuesday of this week, it'll be on Thursday of the following week. All right, so we've got Jonathan in for Oliver, picking up a strike. BRYAN picking up a spare in the 9th frame on lane number 7. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picking up 8 and splitting on lane number 5. Patrick Henry gets 9 on lane number 6. BRYAN, lane 7, gets all 10 to fall. That's 3 in a row now for him. Patrick Henry now on number 6, spare attempt. Got it. BRYAN going high on lane number 7, picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Christian now, lane number 8. There's all 10 for a strike for Christian. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9 on lane 5, leaving a 7-pin. 6 count for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. And Fox gets 9, leaves a 7 pin on lane 8. BRYAN picks up their spare, lane number 7. And Patrick Henry gets 2 out of the 4 on lane 6. 8 count for them in the 9th. OTTAWA-GLANDORF comes in light, ends up picking up 5, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. BRYAN picking up 9 on lane number 7. Fox, spare attempt, picks it up on lane 8 for Napoleon. So WAUSEON looks like they finished with, it says a 779. BRYAN picks up their spare on lane number 7. All right, looks like we've got Isaac in for Andrew. He picks up 8 on his first ball, leaves a 310. There's a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF down on lane 5. Strike for BRYAN on lane number 7. Isaac picks up 1 out of the 2. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike in the 9th. That's their 5th bowler. Hunter now up on lane number 8. And he drops all 10 for a strike. That's a double up for him. OTTAWA-GLANDORF a strike on lane number 6. 9 count for Patrick Henry on lane number 5. BRYAN picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, 8 on lane 8. Eight count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 6. Looks like the 2-5. Jonathan up now, and Napoleon for lane number 7. That one goes high. Gets a little extra pin count for a 9. Leaves the 6 pin, I think it is. Yes, 6 pin. Jonathan picks up his spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. BRYAN with a strike. I'm sorry. Yeah, strike to finish out the 10th frame. Their first bowler ending with 194. Jonathan picks up 7 more, finishing with a 151. Not the game 2 that Napoleon needed. There's a strike for BRYAN on lane number 8. Christian splits, leaving the, it looks like the 4-6 on lane 7. All right, Christian going for at least one here. And was trying to cut it over. Doesn't get any additional. So he finishes with a 173. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 7 on lane number 6. That was his final ball. He ends up with a 210. Oh no, yeah, 210. Patrick Henry getting 9 on lane 5. BRYAN starts out the 10th, or that's their second ball in the 10th frame. He's got 2 strikes in the 10th. Fox gets 8, leaves the 2-8 on lane 7. Patrick Henry misses the spare attempt. He finishes with 174. OTTAWA-GLANDORF starting out with the 10th with a strike on lane number 6. BRYAN now, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike, so 3 strikes in the 10th for a 229. That's their second bowler. Fox misses his spare attempt. So a 214 for Fox in game number 2. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 6 on their second ball in the 10th. Strike for BRYAN in the 10th frame. Isaac now, lane number 7 for Napoleon. There's another strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 5. They've got 2 in the 10th now. Strike for Isaac to start the 10th frame on lane number 7 for Napoleon. BRYAN picks up 7 on their second ball in the 10th, leaving the 139. Another strike. That's 3 strikes in the 10th for a 237 for Patrick Henry's third bowler. All right, Isaac up now. Isaac Meyer. And another strike for Isaac. 2 in the 10th. BRYAN chops, picks up 2 out of 3, finishes with 140. That's their third bowler. Patrick Henry gets 8 splits, leaving the, it looks like the 5-7. Yes, the 5-7. Isaac gets 6 on his final ball for a 150. That's combined with Andrew. There's a strike for BRYAN in the 10th frame. That's their fourth bowler. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 9 on their second ball in the 10th. Hunter up now. He comes in light and leaves the 2-8-10 on lane number 7. Not the lead he was hoping for. Hunter now, spare attempt. And he'll pick up 2, but it'll be an open frame, and he'll finish with 183. So it looks like 871 for the Wildcats. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 9 on their first ball in the 10th frame, leaving a 10 pin. Oh, and a missed spare opportunity there on the last ball in the 10th. BRYAN's fourth bowler finishes with a 203. So that 871 will not be enough to make up any ground on the top couple of teams. Patrick Henry spares on lane number 5. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. OTTAWA-GLANDORF also spares in the 10th, so they'll get 1 more. BRYAN drops another strike. So to start the 10th frame out with a strike. He's now got 3 in a row. Strikes in the 8th, 9th, and the first one in the 10th. And a strike for Patrick Henry to close out game number 2. And he shoots a 205. That's their 5th bowler. Strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF as well. And he finishes with a 199. So I see 875 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, 964 for Patrick Henry. BRYAN's got 1 more in the 10th. His final ball. And he drops 3 strikes in the 10th, 5 in a row for a 194. And it looks like they're sitting at 960. All right, so there'll be some movement on lanes. Napoleon should go to 5 and 6. As soon as I have an update on the scoring, we'll get it to you. But Napoleon's going to need a big game number 3 to move up in the standings and have a chance to catch up in the Baker games. But they can do it. Every bowler on that, in the first team squad is capable of putting up a 200 game. So we haven't seen any 1,000-point games, but like I said, Napoleon is definitely capable of it.
Yeah. Just double check to make sure that was. That's the best.
All right, looks like Napoleon might be bowling on a pair of lanes themselves. That could be good because nobody will be messing with their oil, or it could be bad because nobody's pushing them. All right, we're gonna play a little game with the chat here. Put down in the chat the number that you think Napoleon will put up in game number 3. I'm going to say that they're going to shoot a 10-25. All right, we've got 980 as a guess. OTTAWA-GLANDORF starts out with an open on lane number 8. They got 8 on their first ball and then only got 1 more. WAUSEON start out with the 8 on their first ball. On lane number 7, they've got the 6-10 for their spare attempt coming up. And they chop. All right, 925 as a guess. Hopefully it's not the 871. All right, Jonathan's going to start things off for the Wildcats on lane number 5. And he goes left side of the head pin, picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. All right, we're still missing scores for 4 more teams. Currently, we still have BRYAN in the lead, 1920. Patrick Henry is in second, and a 964, moving them to 1901. BLUFFTON in third, 1848. Liberty Center is in fourth. They had a 944 game number 2 for 1822. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, 875 game 2, dropped to 1789. Miller City with an 858 as a 1746. Napoleon currently in 7th, but again, we still have 4 or 5 more teams with scores coming in. They had another 871 for 1742. WAUSEON 1609 with a game 2 of 779. TINORA had a 719. They're sitting at 1497. And let's see, we're missing EVERGREEN, Delphus, Delta, Swanton, and Toledo Science Academy. Christian split, and he won't get any additional. So 7 count in the first. All right, Fox up now, lane number 5. Nice ball from Fox. There's a strike. Now we want another one, just like the other one. Instant replay. WAUSEON picking up 6 on lane 7. Andrew up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. That one comes in a little light, picks up 8, leaves the 2-8. Andrew now, spare attempt, and he chops, picks up just the front one, misses a sleeper. And Hunter gets his messenger to take out the 10 pin for the strike. All right, Jonathan now, lane number 6. Comes in a little light. Pickup of 7. Leaves at 247. Boys just need to dig down deep. There's a just doesn't look like they've got the the energy. There's a little bit of a hangdogness to them. They could do this. I know they can do this. Okay, Jonathan picks up the spare there. Hopefully we can get a couple of strikes here and perk them back up. All right, let's see what Christian's got. There's a strike from Christian. All right, see if we can get Fox on the strike train here. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a split over on lane number 7. And another strike for Napoleon. This time coming from Fox. All right, let's see if we can get Andrew on board here. Nice ball from Andrew. 3 in a row now for the Wildcats. All right, Hunter now, lane number 6. And he gets 9, can't kick out the 10. Spare attempt from Hunter, picks it up. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare on lane number 7. Jonathan up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. Nice ball from Jonathan, splits the 1-3, strike for him. All right, let's see if we can get Christian a double up here. That one swings out a little outside, doesn't get back to the head pin. Pickup of 5, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. But there's a lot to be said for that. In the chat, they mentioned that the boys look like they're bowling tense, trying to control where the ball is going instead of just relaxing and letting the arms swing. Definitely agree with that. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare over on lane number 8. Spare attempt now from Christian. He picks up 3, needed to get that to the left side of the head pin to have a chance. So 8 count for him in the 3rd. All right, Fox up now. He's got 2 strikes in a row. Let's see if he can make it 3. That one goes a little high, but it carries. Looked like it was going to be the 2-10 split, and both of them went down, so take that one and run. Definitely need to make an adjustment on the next time they bowl that lane. Andrew up now, lane number 5. Oh, that looks good, and it's a strike. You could tell as that left his hand that that was on line, and it was just rolled right into the 1-3. Another nice looking shot. That one might have gone just a touch high for Hunter. Pickup of 8 leaves the 4-7. WAUSEON comes in light to the pocket, picks up 5. That was their second ball. Hunter picks up the spare. So we got Fox with 3 in a row. Andrew's got a double. Jonathan's got a strike in the 3rd. Let's see if we can get him to double up here in the 6th or in the 4th frame on lane 6. Strike for WAUSEON a moment ago on lane number 7. And that one, that's a strike for Jonathan. Looked a little heavy, but it carried through for the strike, so a double up for him. All right, Christian now. And he ends up splitting, leaving the 2-10. All right, needs to get this ball left of the 2-pin, drive it back into the 10. And a washout for WAUSEON on lane 7, moving the 1, 2, 4, and 10. I don't know if Christian is far enough left. Let's see. Nope. I'm sorry, far enough right. My bad. Good effort from WAUSEON. Picks up 3 out of 4 on lane 7. Seven count for WAUSEON, lane 8, leaving the 2-4-5. And Fox gets 9, leaves the 7-pin on lane 6. Spare attempt from Fox. Got it. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 8 on lane 7, leaving the 3-9. Lanes are definitely transitioning. The scores are not quite as high, so if Napoleon can put up a big number, they can make some moves. 9 count for Andrew, leaving a 10-pin. Andrew's got the spare. looks like we got some dead wood in the lane. Coach Babcock's going to clear it away. Bryan shooting a spare down lane 4, picked it up. Spare attempt for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane 7, picked up. We got an issue with lane 8, but working on getting that cleared off. All right, Hunter up now, lane number 6 to close out the 4th frame. This is individual game number 3. And he gets 9, gets lucky there. What looked like it was going to be a 2-8-10, gets a 2-8 to fall. So left with just the 10 pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 7. Nice pickup there by Hunter. Jonathan picks up 7 on his first ball, leaves a 2-4-5 on lane 5. So we're still tabulating scores from game number 2. Looks like the high end of the house is bowling a little bit slower than the rest of the group, so it's taking a little bit of time to get the scores in. Once we get them, I'll make sure we update you. Nice pickup there by Jonathan. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane 7. Looks like we've got the issue on lane 8 taken care of. Christian up now, lane number 5. Nice ball there from Christian. Rocks the rack, crushes it for a strike. I don't think that one will count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Will have to be a scoring adjustment here. Fox swings that one out wide. It doesn't get back. 6 count, leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 8. All right, looks like we've got the official results after game number 2. Bryan is in first with 1920. Patrick Henry is at 1901. BLUFFTON is at 1848, and Liberty Center is 1822. OTTAWA-GLANDORF is 33 pins behind the cut line at 1789. Miller City is at 1746, 76 pins behind the cut line. Napoleon is in 7th, 1742, 80 pins back of the cut line. And then we've got Evergreen at 1642, WAUSEON at 1609, TINORA in 10th at 1497, Delta in 11th at 1469, Delphus Jefferson 1369, Swanton is at 1222 in 13th place, and then Toledo Horizon Science Academy is at 860. Remember, they're bowling a man down though. So your top 4 are Bryan, Patrick Henry, BLUFFTON, and Liberty Center. And 3 closest teams are OTTAWA-GLANDORF, Miller City, and Napoleon in 5th, 6th, and 7th accordingly. Andrew picks up his spare. All right, an open frame for Jonathan in the 8th frame. Only got one on a spare attempt. Christian up next, lane number 6. Just updating the scores in chat there. And he gets 8. Looks like the 2-5. Spare attempt for Christian, and he chops. All right, Fox up now. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets their spare on lane number 8. Strike for Fox on lane number 6. WAUSEON spare attempt. Missed on lane 7. Andrew picks up 8, leaving the 5-8. Boys are going to have to string some strikes together here to make my prediction. All right, if any of you haven't put in a guess for what Napoleon is going to shoot game 3, still have a chance. Andrew picks up his spare. OTTAWA-GLANDORF strikes on lane number 7. Hunter working on a strike here. That one goes high. Picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. OTTAWA-GLANDORF splits on lane 7, leaving the 2-10. Hunter picks up his spare. And BRYAN gets all 10 to drop with a late 10-pin drop on lane number 4. That's a strike for him. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 1 out of 2 on lane number 7. And Jonathan comes in light, leaves the washout, the 1, 2, 4, and 10. There's a strike for BRYAN down on lane number 4. And Jonathan picks up 3 out of 4 on lane number 5. WAUSEON with a, that'd be a strike on lane number 8 for them. OTTAWA-GLANDORF shooting at the 10 pin on lane 7, picks it up. All right, we got Oliver coming in for Christian. I believe it was Christian that was bowling number 2. Nice ball from Oliver, drops all 10 for the strike. Fox, lane 5, and there's a strike for Fox. Andrew now, lane number 5. Looks good. There's a strike for Andrew. So Fox with a double up, and then Andrew. Oliver starting things off with a strike. See if we can keep the strike train rolling. Top 4 teams will advance to the district tournament out of this sectional. Oh, Messenger just goes in front of the 10 pin. Hunter picks up his spare. So yeah, the top 4 teams will advance, and then the top 4 individuals not part of an advancing team will also advance to districts. Jonathan comes in a little light, leaves the 2-4-5 on lane 6. WAUSEON strikes on lane 7. Jonathan now, spare attempt. He's got to hurry. Gets there. Picks up the spare. I was a little worried about that one breaking. I don't know about you guys. Oliver up now, lane number 6. Comes in a little light, also leaves the 2-4-5. Never really turned over at the end. Spare attempt from Oliver. Oh, and he chops. Picks up 2 out of the 3. Fox up now, lane number 6. And he gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Fox up now, spare attempt, lane number 6. Nice spare there by Fox. Hands in the air. Andrew up now, lane number 6. And he picks up, looks like 8, leaving the 6-10. Spare attempt. Successful. Glandorf up on lane number 7. He goes high, leaves a 3-6-10. Hunter up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Hunter. Gotta hold that pose. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. All right, Jonathan coming up, lane number 5. 9th frame, all important foundation frame. And that's going left. Hits the Brooklyn side, picks up 9, leaves a 5-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF strikes over on lane number 7. 6 count for WAUSEON on lane number 8, leaving the 2, 4, 7, and 8. OTTAWA-GLANDORF leaving the 2-10 on lane 7. Spare attempt by Jonathan on lane 5, picks it up. Jonathan just a freshman, but has put a lot of work into his game, made big improvements from the beginning of the season. Oliver up now, lane number 5. And it won't quite get to the head pin. Leaves the 2, 4, 5. Spare attempt now by Oliver, lane number 5. Picks it up. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 9, leaves a 10-pin on lane 7. Fox going left, picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. That hit on the Brooklyn side. OTTAWA-GLANDORF makes short work of the 10-pin. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 7. Fox now, spare attempt, lane 5. Oh, and he missed. Couldn't convert the 6-pin. That his first open, but it comes in the 9th frame. He's sitting at 192 right now. I'm sure he'd like to have that one back. OTTAWA-GLANDORF leaves a 3-10 down on lane number 8 after their first shot in the 9th. Nice ball by Andrew. Strike for him in the 9th. Strike for WAUSEON, lane number 7. Hunter goes left side, picks up 9, leaves the 6-pin. There's a strike for Ottawa-Glandorf on lane number 8. All right, unless everybody strikes out in the 10th, I don't think they're going to make my prediction of 10-25. Hunter now, spare attempt, lane number 5. Picks it up. And there's a strike for Jonathan. Won another one, just like the other one. A little instant replay. There's a strike for Ottawa-Glandorf down on lane number 8. Can we get 2 in the 10th? Nope, comes in a little light. Picks up 7. Leaving the 2-5-7. All right, WAUSEON, lane number 7. And a strike for WAUSEON. Jonathan, last ball, 10th frame. And picks up 1 more. Finishes with a 177. Oliver starts off with 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Ottawa-Glandorf mixes the 310 on lane number 7. Finishes up with a 166 game. That's their first bowler. Spare attempt for WAUSEON to get 1 more in the 10th. Oliver now, spare attempt. Gonna have to hurry. He's got it. So 1 more for Oliver in the 10th. Oliver with a 9 count in the last ball, 134. Ottawa-Glandorf picking up their spare. Fox up now, 10th frame. And Messenger stops short. Picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Ottawa-Glandorf gets 8 on their final ball. And he finishes with a 190. Fox picks up the spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. WAUSEON won't get their spare on the lane number 8. Finishes with a 148. And a strike to start the 10th for Ottawa-Glandorf. Fox now going Brooklyn. Picks up 9 more. Finished with 211. Nice game, Fox. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, another strike, so 2 in the 10th. See if Andrew can start the 10th off with a strike. Gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. So Andrew can strike out, or spare and strike out for a 175 here. And 9 more for OTTAWA-GLANDORF to finish a 183. Andrew picks up his spare. He'll get 1 more. All right, so Napoleon has broken the curse. We're at least going to have 873. So no more 871s. Nine count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 7 to start the 10th. Andrew, last ball, 10th frame. And he gets 9 more. Finishes with an 194. Okay, I had that math all wrong. Oh, that's right. He had a strike in the 9th. I didn't see that. I was thinking it was a spare. I was looking at the 8th frame. So 194. I'll take the extra pins. All right, Hunter up, 10th frame. So that one's out wide. Won't get back to the head pin. Starts out with 6. So Hunter, can, if he picks up the spare and strikes out, can finish with a 192. All right, spare attempt. Picks it up. So 1 more for Hunter. 9 count for WAUSEON. Second ball, 10th frame. Last ball, Hunter. Gets all 10 to drop. So 192. So 908, game 3. All right, strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF in the 10th frame. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF, second ball, 10th frame, gets 9. WAUSEON, second ball, 10th frame. Comes in light, picks up 7. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare, and they'll finish at 901 for game 3. WAUSEON now, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up the spare, and they'll finish with 908, same as Napoleon. All right, we'll switch over to the other lane, and we can watch the end of BRYAN and Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry missed their spare attempt. They'll finish with 166. 8 count for BRYAN. That was their last ball. He finished with a 192. That's their first bowler. There's a strike for Patrick Henry to start the 10th.
All right, coaches, if you have a lunch order, please send a couple parents if you can to pick up your food order. Do not send your entire team. Thank you.
Patrick Henry now. And another strike on their second ball, 10th frame. BRYAN with a strike to start 10th frame for their second bowler. All right, BRYAN now, second ball, 10th frame, and gets all 10 to drop for a strike. Patrick Henry up, lane number 4, gets a strike. That's start their 10th frame. All right, last ball for their BRYAN's second bowler. Gets another strike. So 3 in the 10th, 6 in a row for a 224. Or 7 in a row, I'm sorry, 7 in a row. BRYAN gets 9 on the first ball of the 10th frame. Patrick Henry with a strike. I guess that's their last ball. Technically, I guess it's a spare. He finished with 185. Patrick Henry now, lane 4. Oh, leaves a 7-10 split. Not the way you want to start the 10th frame. BRYAN, last ball, 10th frame for their third bowler on lane number 3 coming up. Picks up 8 more. Finishes with a 143. Patrick Henry. And that one came off his thumb wrong, but won't get any additional pin count. So he finishes with a 145. And a strike for Bryan's last bowler, or a fourth bowler to start the 10th frame. Patrick Henry's last bowler starts off with 8. There's a strike for Patrick Henry. And he finishes with 190. And it looks like 856 total. Bryan picks up the last 2 pins for a 152. Bryan getting 8 on their first ball. Picks up their spare, they'll get 1 more. And 8 more. Finish at a 174, and it looks like 885. All right, so we'll have a short break for the meal, and then we'll be back with the Baker games. All right, so we'll mute the mics during the meal break.
now until the 6 Baker games have been completed. So we are not gonna identify any individual advancers until after we're done with Bakers. Currently in 14th place is Horizon Science Academy with a 1268. In 13th with a 1929 Swanton. In 12th with a 2072 Delphus Jefferson. In 11th place with a 2260 Delta. In 10th place with a 2401 Tinora. In 9th place with a 2514 Evergreen. In 8th place with a 2517 WAUSEON. In 7th place with a 2585 Miller City. In 6th place with a 2650 Napoleon. In 5th place with a 2690 OTTAWA-GLANDORF. In 4th place with a 2722 Liberty Center. In 3rd place with a 2757 Patrick Henry. In second place with a 2795 BLUFFTON. And currently in first place with a 2805 BRYAN.
All right, so you heard the scores get run down, but we got them in the top 8 in the chat. So BRYAN had a game 3 885 and a 2805. BLUFFTON had a game 3 947, is sitting at second with 2795. Patrick Henry, game 3 856, sitting at 2757. Game 4 in fourth place, Liberty Center.
We will try
with a game
to
3
kick
of
things
900.
back off at 125. 125.
With 2722. OTTAWA-GLANDORF in fifth with a game 3 901 with 2960, 32 pins below the cut line.
Hey, we
Napoleon
got a
in sixth
BMW key fob here at the counter.
with 908
If
game
you're
3 for
missing your
2650.
beamer, we got it here at the counter.
Minus 72 pins below the cut line. Miller City in seventh. Game 3 was 839.
Bark.
2585. 117 pins below the cut line. And WAUSEON, game 3 908. Sitting at a 2517. 205 below the cut line. Evergreen is in 9th. TINORA is in 10th. Delta is 11th. Delphus Jefferson 12. Swanton 13. And Toledo Horizon Science Academy in 14th place.
You're really Cormella? Who knew?
All right, so we're supposed to get underway at 1:25, about 15 minutes from now. So we'll go back on radio silent and we'll pick up the match, or the Baker matches, when they get underway. Thank you.
be no practice shots going into your no practice going into your bakers. And you will be bowling 6 games, 6 baker games.
All right, so we're a couple minutes from getting started. There will be no practice or warm-up. 6 baker games, as you heard Randy announce over the PA.
Here we go. Good luck, good bowling.
All right, Oliver's going to get things started for the Wildcats. And he gets 9 or 8 of them to fall. Leaves the 3-6. OTTAWA-GLANDORF starts out with 9. And OTTAWA-GLANDORF misses their spare attempt. Oliver picks up his spare. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 8 on their first ball. Looks like a 4-7 left. Christian Horner up now for Napoleon. And he gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Christian up for his spare. And Christian misses his spare attempt. Can't have any of that this game, any game. We need some big baker scores. No whammies. Fox up now for Napoleon. After OTTAWA-GLANDORF puts up a strike in lane 4. And a strike for Fox. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Andrew with a strike. So back-to-back strikes for the Wildcats. Remember, if you want to follow along with the scoring and you're a member of Lane Talk, you can sign into their live scoring app. Napoleon Wildcats are going to be on lanes 3 and 4 along with OTTAWA-GLANDORF. And Hunter picks up 9, leaves a 10-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. And Hunter picks up his spare. Oliver up now, lane number 3. And he picks up, looks like 8, leaves a 6-10. That one looked a little high maybe. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Oliver picks up the spare. Otto-Glandorf picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-8. Christian now, lane number 3. And he picks up 9. Leaves the 6 pin. Otto-Glandorf chops, picks up 2 out of the 3. Christian picks up the spare. Need to string some strikes together here. See if Fox can get things started for us. And that goes high, picks up 9. Leaves the 3 pin. Otto-Glandorf picking up their spare in lane number 4. Fox now, spare attempt. And he gets it. Otto-Glandorf gets 9. They leave the 6 pin. Andrew makes him dance. There's a strike for him. Otto-Glandorf picks up their spare in the 8th. Hunter up 10th frame. And 8 count for Hunter, leaving with 6-10. Otto-Glandorf picking up 8 in the 9th. Hunter picks up the spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. Max score for the Wildcats will be 193. Otto-Glandorf misses their spare attempt in the 9th. Last ball, 10th frame for Hunter. That one goes high, picks up 8 more. So 191, Baker game number 1. All right, Patrick Henry puts up 180 on the first Baker game. 196 for BRYAN. Ottawa-Glandorf gets 9 on their final ball. They'll finish with 158. So that closes the gap between 6th and 5th. Looks like Liberty Center might be 143. Bluffton didn't look like they had a very big Baker game either, 134, if I'm looking at the teams correctly. Let's see, TINORA and Miller City. Miller City is moving to 12, so they would have been 11. Miller City with 205. That's probably the biggest Baker game I saw. All right, Oliver got 9 on his first ball, left a 10 pin. His up for his spare attempt. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a spare in the first. And Oliver's on target for his spare. So Miller City was behind Napoleon. And Christian with a strike for Napoleon. Need to do what the Wildcats did at the NLLs and average about 205 for Bakers. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with another spare on lane number 3. Fox up for Napoleon, lane number 4. Oh, that looks good. Make him dance. Strike for Fox. 3 in a row. Or 2 in a row, I'm sorry. 2 in a row. OTTAWA-GLANDORF strikes on lane number 3. Andrew up now for Napoleon. And he goes high, leaves a 310 baby split. Nine count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, leaving the 7 pin. Andrew with a little tester here. And he chops, picks up the 3, can't convert this 10. So a 9 count. See if Hunter can strike here, get us back on track. And Hunter gets 9. Leaving the 2 pin. Spare attempt from Hunter. Picks it up. OTTAWA-GLANDORF also picked up their spare a moment ago. And 9 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, leaving the 7 pin. Oliver up for Napoleon. And a strike for Oliver. OTTAWA-GLANDORF spares on lane number 3. Christian Horner drops all 10 for a strike. So there's a double up for Wildcats. Strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF on lane number 3. All right, Fox up for Napoleon, lane number 4. And a strike for a Fox. 3 in a row now for the Wildcats. OTTAWA-GLANDORF splitting. Looks like the 6-7, and it is. Andrew up now for Napoleon, lane number 4. And another strike for the Wildcats, 4 in a row now. Boys' energy definitely seems higher than this morning. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 1. It's an open frame for them in the 7th, sitting at 125. And Hunter with a strike. So all 5 Wildcat bowlers striking, starting in the 6th frame. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike in the 8th frame. And Hunter gets 9, can't get the 10 to drop. Should be another good Baker game for the Wildcats. Hunter now, spare attempt, gets it, and is that 225? 235, 235 for game number 2. All right, OTTAWA-GLANDORF with a strike, or no, I'm sorry, spare there. And a strike to start the 10th. All right, we're a third of the way through the Baker games, 2 down. 4 more to go. BRYAN last ball to their 10th frame. Puts up a 178. 2 strikes in the 10th for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. They have a potential for a 195. WAUSEON with 158. Patrick Henry with 156. So 195 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. All right, Oliver up now. Napoleon, game number 3. That one goes a little high, gets 9, leaves the 6 pin, it looks like. OTTAWA-GLANDORF also got 9 on their first ball. They left an 8-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Oliver now, spare attempt. Got it. OTTAWA-GLANDORF striking on their second frame. Christian up now, frame number or lane number 3. Picks up 9, leaves a 4-pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF back-to-back strikes. Christian now, spare attempt. And he missed. It's an open frame there for the Wildcats. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picking up, looks like 7, leaving 3-6-10. Fox up now for Napoleon. He comes in light, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 6, or 2, 4, 5, and 8, I'm sorry. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Fox, spare attempt, and he picks it up. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, another strike for them. BRYAN striking 3 out of the first 4 frames in Baker game number 3. And 6 count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, leaving the 3, 6, 9, and 10. Andrew drops all 10 for a strike over on lane number 3 for Napoleon. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picking up their spare on lane number 4. Brings up Hunter for Napoleon on lane 3. See if we can double up here. There it is. Double up for the Wildcats. OTTAWA-GLANDORF now, lane number 4. And they pick up 7, leave the 3, 6, 10. Oliver up lane 3. And all 10 drop. Strike for the Wildcats. That's 3 in a row now. Do I hear 4? OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up their spare. Christian up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And he gets 9, can't get the 7 to kick out. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 7, leaves the 2, 4, and 7 on lane 4. Big spare here for Christian. Oh, and missed to the left. Fox up now, lane number 3. And Fox with a strike. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, lane number 4. BRYAN just put up 3 strikes in a row. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF in the 9th. Andrew up for Napoleon's 9th frame. And gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 8 to start the 10th frame. Andrew now, spare attempt, picks it up. All right, Hunter up to start the 10th frame. OTTAWA-GLANDORF spared in the 10th, so they'll get 1 more. There's a strike for Hunter. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 9. They'll finish with 200 on the dot. And Hunter gets 9 on his final ball. I'm sorry, that's 9 on his that's second ball in the 10th. Sorry. He'll have 1 more. So Napoleon can finish with a 195. BRYAN just put up a 230. OTTAWA-GLANDORF 200. Patrick Henry with 199. And Hunter did make his spare, so 195 for Baker game number 3. All right, so switch back over to the right lane, lane number 4. All right, need to keep up. Put up some more big games, 200 plus. Lanes 13 and 14, where BLUFFTON and Liberty Center are bowling. Looks like a 157 and a 171. I'm not sure which is which. So 6 count, start off for Napoleon. Oliver left the bucket, the 2-4-5-8. An open in the first for OTTAWA-GLANDORF, 9 open. Oliver converts the spare. Gotta stay clean. Clean games should be at least 185, 190, if not 200. Throw a couple of strikes in there and you're in the 2-0s or the 2 teens. There's a strike for Christian. All right, Fox up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And a 9 count, leaving a 10 pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF got a spare in the second frame. OTTAWA-GLANDORF up for their third frame. This is Baker game number 4 out of 6. There's a strike for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Fox now, spare attempt. Got it. Fox has really been working on his spare shooting, and you can tell. Andrew up now, lane number 4. And he gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. OTTAWA-GLANDORF with 2 strikes in a row. Gets 9. Leaves the 4 pin, it looks like. Andrew's spare attempt, lane number 4. And he picks up the spare. All right, we're still missing the high end. Right now, we've got, this is unofficial because we don't have all the scores for the first 3 Baker games, but BRYAN is in the lead, BLUFFTON is in second, Patrick Henry is third, Napoleon has moved above the cut line. OTTAWA-GLANDORF is like 28 pins back. Liberty Center is 72 pins back. Then Miller City, WAUSEON, and TINORA. We were still missing the scores for Evergreen, Delta, Jefferson, Swanton, and Toledo Horizon Science Academy. But those were towards the lower end of the scores anyway, so it does look like if Napoleon continues to bowl well in the Bakers, they have just moved above the cut line, just in front of OTTAWA-GLANDORF and Liberty Center. But it's not over yet. So Oliver up now, lane number 4. And he comes in light. Pick up a 5. Leaving the left side of the frame. Oh, OTTAWA-GLANDORF just big forward. Leaves a 4, 6, 7, 10. There's a pickup for a spare for Oliver. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 2 out of the 4, so an open frame for them in the 7th. They're sitting at 111. Christian up now, lane number 4. And he picks up 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8. 9 count for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Looks like the 8 pin left. And Patrick Henry puts up a 34 for them, or 224. 224? Yeah, 224. Christian picks up his spare. All right, need to finish strong. Couple of strikes would go a long way here. Strikeout would give us 219. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up the spare there. Their current max is 191. Fox now, and he drops all 10 for the strike. All right, need Andrew to double up for us. Come on, chat, wake up. Are you not entertained? All right, Andrew up now, lane number 4. And another bucket for the Napoleon Wildcats, leading the 2-4-5-8. OTTAWA-GLANDORF striking in the 9th. All right, Andrew now, spare attempt. Picks it up. All right, now Napoleon's max, if Hunter can strike out, is 199. We won't gain any more ground on Patrick Henry this round, but and Hunter gets a strike on lane number 4. Start the 10th frame. All right, 180 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. All right, Hunter now, second ball, 10th frame. And another strike for Hunter. All right, Hunter up now, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike for Hunter, 3 in the 10th, and 199. So extending their lead over OTTAWA-GLANDORF a little bit. BRYAN just put up a 215 in Baker game number 4. Let's see, lane 13 had a 212, lane 14 a 172. Again, I don't know which one is which. That would be BLUFFTON and Liberty Center. OTTAWA-GLANDORF starts off with a strike. Baker game number 5. And a strike for Oliver. All right, so officially, we've got all the scores for the 3rd Baker game. So BRYAN is in first. They had Baker games of 198, 178, and 230. BLUFFTON is in second with 134, 200, and 171. Patrick Henry in third with Baker games of 180, 156, 199. Napoleon is in fourth with 191, 235, and 195 Baker games. OTTAWA-GLANDORF had 158, 195, and 200. They're 28 pins back. Liberty Center is 72 pins back. They had 143, 177, 157. Miller City is in 7th. They had Baker games of 205, 166, 193, sitting 122 pins back. WAUSEON is in 8th. Baker Games at 197, 158, 147, 252 pins back. EVERGREEN is 303 pins back. TINORA is 419 back. TINORA had Baker Games at 164, 147, and 140. Delta is 579 back. Delphus Jefferson, 743 back. Swanton, 918 back. And Toledo Horizon Science Academy, 1,700 pins back. So your top 4, BRYAN, BLUFFTON, Patrick Henry, and Napoleon, with OTTAWA-GLANDORF and Liberty Center chasing their heels. And Fox picks up the spare, so Wildcats started off with 2 strikes from Oliver, and I'm assuming Christian. Fox picks up a spare there. OTTAWA-GLANDORF opened in the 2nd frame. They struck in the 1st and the 3rd. There's that strike for Andrew. OTTAWA-GLANDORF opens in the 4th frame. Missed the 10 pin. Brings up Hunter. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 8 on their first ball in the 5th frame. Hunter gets 9. I believe that's a 9 pin down there. Yep, 9 pin. BRYAN just missed a 10 pin on lane number 6 off camera. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up the spare. Napoleon needs to keep applying pressure here. We're currently right on the cut. We need to keep moving up. Can't let up. And Hunter picks up the spare. You got to admire the grit and fortitude of these boys, being down 72 pins after the 3rd individual game, and they are putting some nice Baker games together, coming together and bowling as a team. Oliver now, lane number 3. And a strike for Oliver. OTTAWA-GLANDORF spare attempt on lane 4. Oh, that broke hard. So an open frame for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. Christian up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. That one goes way left. Missed the head pin, picks up 7, leaves the 1-3-6. OTTAWA-GLANDORF crashes the rack and gets a strike. Brooklyn side. OTTAWA-GLANDORF now, lane number 4. And they get 9, leaves the 7 pin. Spare attempt now for Christian, and he chops, picks up 2 out of 3, sitting at 137, I believe. Yeah, 137 in the 7th frame. OTTAWA-GLANDORF now, spare attempt, lane number 4. Picks it up. Fox up now for Napoleon. And Fox puts 10 back in the pit for the strike. All right, 148 in Baker game number 5 for Patrick Henry. Andrew up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Andrew, a double up for the Wildcats. All right, Hunter up, 10th frame. And a strike for Hunter. OTTAWA-GLANDORF gets 6, leaving the bucket on lane 4 to start the 10th frame. Nice pickup there by OTTAWA-GLANDORF. They'll get one more in the 10th. And Hunter picks up 9, so he'll have one more in the 10th. So let's see, 196. If he picks that up, I'll add 20. So it should be a 216 possible. Worst case should be a 215. 144 for OTTAWA-GLANDORF. All right, 216, Baker game number 5. One more to go. If you watch the boys bowl at the NLL tournament, you know they're capable of this level of effort. They averaged 205 in the Baker games at NLLs, and that was a very tough pattern as well. All right, Oliver now, spare attempt. Picks it up. All right, looks like BRYAN and WAUSEON are still bowling in the 5th Baker game. OTTAWA-GLANDORF picks up 7 after a spare and a strike. They've got the 247 left. Christian got 9. They've left a 9 pin. Spare attempt now from Christian, picks it up. Patrick Henry just put together 3 strikes in a row in the middle of the 6th Baker game. After starting out with a spare, open spare. Fox gets 8 on his first ball, leaving with 210. OTTAWA-GLANDORF getting 8, leaving the 3-6. Spare attempt by Fox. Nice try. Picks up 1 out of 2. So a 9 count and an open frame for Napoleon. WAUSEON puts up a 181. BRYAN having an off Baker game in Baker game number 5. Misses their spare attempt. And BRYAN finishes with 131 in Baker game number 5. There's a strike from Andrew for the Napoleon Wildcats. OTTAWA-GLANDORF up now, working on a strike in the previous frame. And they'll pick up 6, leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 10. Hunter now, 5th frame. Nice ball from Hunter, drops all 10 for a strike. So 2 strikes in a row for the Wildcats. So Patrick Henry almost finished with the 6th Baker game. They've got 1 more frame to go. They're bowling by themselves, a pair by themselves. OTTAWA-GLANDORF a strike in the 7th. Oliver up now, lane number 4, 6th frame. Last Baker game. And a strike for Oliver. Christian getting 8, leaving, looks like a 310. Yep, 310. BRYAN starts out the 6th Baker game with 3 strikes in a row. Nice pickup by Christian, converts to 310. So only 1 open frame this game so far. Hopefully only 1 open game this game. OTTAWA-GLANDORF strikes in the 10th. Fox going high, picks up 8, leaves the 3-6. Just need to stay clean. Strikes are good, we'll take strikes, but gotta stay clean. All right, Fox, spare attempt, lane 4, picks it up. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, 2nd ball, 10th frame. Picks up 9, can't drop the 10 pin. All right, 172, I believe, is what Patrick Henry finished up with. That would be lane 8. And they took it off. 172, yeah. So a strike for Andrew there just a moment ago. 9th frame. And Ottawa-Glandorf with a 193 in the 6 Baker game. All right, clear some dead wood over there. All right, Hunter will be up in the 10th frame, close this 6 Baker game out. So remember, the top 4 teams from the sectional will advance. Next week, only the top 3 will advance. And Hunter picks up all 10, gets a little help. Looked like he's gonna leave the 6-10. The pins weren't done bouncing. So 10th strike in the 10th frame for Hunter. All right, Hunter now. Second ball, 10th frame. And another strike. That one was prettier, but they both count the same. All right, last ball, 10th frame for Napoleon. So if Hunter strikes out, he can get a Napoleon can get a 222. Oh, 9 count. That pin went left, it went right, but it did not go down. So 221. So Napoleon averages 209.5 in the Baker games. All right, we'll switch it over to the end of the BRYAN and WAUSEON. While we wait for scores to get tabulated and the top 4 teams to get announced. BRYAN with a strike on lane number 5. WAUSEON also with a strike, lane number 6. And another strike for WAUSEON to double up for them. Well, the boys have done everything they could. 209.5 average in the Bakers. All right, an open frame there for BRYAN in the 9th frame. WAUSEON struck in the 10th. count to start the 10th frame for BRYAN. There's a 9 count for WAUSEON, second ball, 10th frame. So BRYAN picks up their spare. They'll get one more. WAUSEON misses the spare attempt. They'll finish with 151. And BRYAN will pick up 8 more and finish with a 202. All right, now we wait for the scores to get submitted and tabulated and find out which 4 teams are advancing and which 4 individuals. All right, so we're still waiting on a couple of teams to finish up before we get the official results. We won't ruin the surprise. All right, we'll go back on mute until the announcements with the 4 teams advancing and the 4 individuals.
All right, as soon as we get the last two lanes results, we should have your totals in about 5 minutes.
All right, the last couple of score sheets have been turned in, so they're working on getting those entered in and the sheets sorted, and we should have results here momentarily.
So I go look at him. I had 2 videos. I sat there and he gets up and throws a strike, sits down, throws a strike over here. I go, which one did he win the title on? Yeah, you don't know. He goes, this one. He won a title on that. This one over here, that was just the second fight. Yeah, till the very end. He usually does that.
I'll never forget when he needed a double in the 10 to win. Off his hand, on there, pull the rack, nope, 10 pin.
All right, for those of you that joined the live stream today, hopefully you guys will join on Thursday. Thursday will be the Lady Cats kicking off their state-bound trip, hopefully, with the sectional tournament. Also coming in here at River City Bowlaway from Napoleon, Ohio. Again, start time at 10 a.m. on Thursday. That would be the 12th of February. Appreciate everybody who's joined the live stream, everybody who commented in the comment section. I do read every comment. I try to respond as much as I'm able to at an event. All right, shouldn't be too much longer. Looks like we're just printing out the final results. You've got to give our boys credit for digging down deep. in what, 7th place after the 3 individuals? Yes, 7th place. Down 80 pins. That was after 2 games. Let's see, after 3 games, they were in 6th place, down 72 pins. Baker games are so important, especially when you get to the state tournament, because once you get past the initial cut, it's all Baker games from there on out.
I have a full team. That's the first thing I said to her. He's got a full, healthy team. So makes a big difference.
Yeah, I wish I showed you about that. Bill, my nephew, I was going as a hybrid earlier, which was nice. That's when it started with the first game. And it's like, we just lost the hook on it. No matter what we did.
All right, looks like Randy's about to make the announcement.
All right, so it might not have been 5 minutes, but it's pretty darn close. Thank you, Noah Pickering up here, our Excel professional. Did a great job all day. All right, our team finishers. We had in 14th place, Horizon Science Academy. They had a 1751.
14th place,
In
Cheerleader
13th
Horizon
place
Academy.
with a 2731, Swanton.
Swanton in 13th.
In 12th place with a 2996, Delphus Jefferson.
Delphus Jefferson in 12th.
In 11th place with a 3035, Delta.
Delta.
In 10th place with a 3311, Tinora.
Tinora in 10th place.
In 9th place with a 3425, Evergreen.
Evergreen, 9th place.
In 8th place with a 3528, WAUSEON.
8th place, WAUSEON.
In 7th place with a 3593, Miller City.
Miller City would be next.
In 6th place with a 3739, Liberty Center.
Liberty Center in 6th place.
In 5th place with a 3760, Ottawa-Glandorf.
Ottawa-Glandorf in 5th place.
And here are your 4 teams advancing to interstate lanes in Rossburg next week. In 4th place with a 3836, Patrick Henry. In 3rd place with a 3902, Bluffton. In 2nd place with a 3907, Napoleon.
In 2nd place, Napoleon.
And
3rd place,
first
Bluffton.
place with
4th
a
place, Patrick Henry. And your tournament or sectional
BRYAN.
leader, BRYAN, with a 3957.
All right, next we have the individuals that will be moving on. These are individuals with top scores who did not advance with a team. In first place with a 702, Wesley Wilhelm, and tournament leader. Next bowler advancing would be Jacob Yoakum with a 648. Wesley's from Liberty Center, Jacobs from WAUSEON, and the next one with a 6:19, Dagan Begin from TINORA. And your last individual to advance next week to interstate lanes. There was a tie in series with another bowler, but the tie is broken by the bowler with a higher game. So, with a 593 from Evergreen, we have Xavier Robinette. Congratulations, bowlers and coaches. If you have not received your final score sheet, they're here at the counter. We will also be sending the scoring file to all the coaches and all the ADs. So you will have the scoring file on your computer today.
All right, so your top 4 teams are BRYAN, Napoleon, BLUFFTON, and Patrick Henry, bowling next Thursday at Interstate Lanes. We will be live streaming, so please join the stream, root the Wildcats on, and let's see if we can come one step closer to making it back to state. I want to thank everybody for joining the live stream today. And as always, go Wildcats, and we'll wrap up the show.